Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome. Seems like we were just here. Hey, Steve. Hey, Derek. Thanks for the gifted memberships, Derek. Hi, Joey. Hi, PF Dennis. My sincere condolences. I saw that in chat. I'm sorry. I hope it's a life well lived. Hey, Greenbeard. Hey, Martin. Jose. Hi, Steve. Welcome back, Bill. I was surprised. We had a good time yesterday. For anybody who wasn't here, we unboxed this behind the Core One. You see the top of it, almost like Wilson. Yeah, that was a whole lot of fun. I haven't made chips with it yet, but that's soon. Hey Scott, hey Tuxedo, hi Lord Gitface and Cheesy Potato, Pathetic Puma, hi Lenner and Rushmere 3D, hi Tin Talon, Thomas and Rod. Okay, we are back on below the mill Core One Conversion. So we left off last week about to belt the gantry, I think is where we left off. So Oscar's recovered from his stranger danger trauma. He has. We've had several folks over the past week and a half or so, and it seems like he's recovering quicker. He doesn't spend as many hours hiding underneath our bed. Speaking of, so, oh, wrong drink. I haven't finished my coffee yet. Gotta go coffee before water. Hey Neil. Hi John. Sorry about that, wrong pipe. Hi Ben. So yeah, we had a good time. Bill was over here. If none of you had met Bill, then now you know who Bill is. And then with very big thanks to Bob for helping moderate chat and making sure we didn't miss anything. So that was a lot of fun. I was really pleased with how well it went. I was a little concerned about particular setups because we had 2 people in person and 1 person remote, and the complexities of microphone, mostly or speaker setups for that. But it went really well. I had 0 technical issues. So happy. I did forget to play music in the background yesterday, which I had intended to do. Just in all the getting prepped. That's the one thing I realized I forgot. So, hey C Senor. Hi Scott. So I see here. That's what happens when you mix your drinks. Yep. Keela, thank you so much for the raid in yesterday. That was a lot of fun. It's nice to be around for that. Hi Happy. Hey Steven. Water is actually another clear adult liquid. No, it does have a mix of electrolyte mix in it. So hopefully the intent is we'll see this being used to facilitate projects. And we'll make some chips live at some point soon, since we didn't yesterday. There's a lot of setup. There's really a lot of setup to get one of these going, in terms of cleaning it up, making sure everything's working right, getting everything trimmed in, make sure everything's tight. I didn't want to rush any of that, so. Hi Jay, hi Robert. What was the Doom Cube news? So Z-Run Show and team and beta team released something they call Mad Max, and I've been not involved, let me clear that up, but I've been aware of it for a long time. I've been in the beta channel watching. I've had the opportunity to build it if I could. I didn't have time to actually build it, but I intend to. It is a multi-tool changing solution that is extremely clever. And if you went to Rocky Mountain Rep Festival, Joey here in chat had one set up at his maker table there, and Canuck creator Taylor did a short video on it. If you go to yesterday's video, there's some links. There's a link to Taylor's video in there. I don't want to speak details on it because I didn't get an opportunity to watch the release, and I've been peripherally aware of it, so I don't want to say anything wrong. But it is very cool, and I'm very excited to try it. My eventual goal is the Tridex is going to convert into a tool changer using that system. So I think true tool changing is probably a better overall solution than IDEX. So I would like to get the current IDEX setup working better, but I think the Mad Max setup is going to take precedent on that. So that will probably be how we get content for that on this channel, is to work through installing that. The frame will stay the same. That'll allow me to have full use of the bed. So, hi Derek Sheedy, hi Havoc. Is the Phoenix moving to tool changing also then? No, Phoenix is a different beast. Some of the concerns I'm hoping that I have with Tridex don't necessarily apply to the Phoenix. So, but we'll see. Don't know. Yeah, I usually have all my tabs set up in a browser already, but right now I have everything from the mill set up on the browser. So we have the auto feed for X over here, which, by the way, the setup that they sent me, I need to talk to them, is not going to work with my mill, but I have a plan to fix that. So get rid of that, and some nice little, this is all documentation from the mill yesterday. The DRO manual, and the stand assembly, and then the product page. So that video was public. It is out there. Anybody can go check it out if you want to check it out. But what we need to do is go to Prusa 3D. Since Oscar's not there, let's turn that off. What would be your first mill project? Lots of squaring up stock and kind of playing around. I do realize I've been talking about this little printer stand that I've been working on for a long time, and my plans have changed for what printers I'm going to put on there. I've made it large enough to put the Prusa enclosure for the Mark IV on it. I'm not planning on doing that anymore, and making that stand fit the Prusa enclosure depth-wise made me compromise on a lot of things over here. So I am going to cut that frame down probably a good 6 inches in depth, and I'm going to use the mill to square up those extrusion ends and make sure they're all exactly the same. So that'll be an early project on it. Liz, welcome. How are you? Let's go over to help, and go to the Core One, and then here to the upgrade from Mark 4S to Core One. Hi, Ref. Hey, Poity. I am still not able to give away the 10 free gifted memberships that I'm supposed to get from YouTube. Speaking of, started saying that before I saw Raj in chat. Raj had a link suggestion yesterday. It didn't pan out. So since that didn't pan out, I did open a ticket with YouTube. They told me I'd hear back within 24 hours of that ticket, and that was shortly after Bill left yesterday that I put all that in. So I'm hoping to hear back by next stream. If it is resolved, we'll take care of all of those next weekend. First time I used my Bridgeport, I played Dodge the Flying End Mill. That doesn't sound like fun. Hey, Radnagel. Hopefully that's right. Welcome. Hi, Jim. Okay, so we are in, let's get rid of comments, and let's begin assembly. And we want contents. Not all my messages are shown in screen chat. For some reason, YouTube doesn't show me moderated messages, and it doesn't show moderated messages at all if they contain a link. So Rushmere, if you would like, I mean, I think you're a member of my Discord. You can post what you're trying to say in the stream chat. And we'd be able to see, might be able to help you figure out why YouTube is moderating those. Messages that YouTube sees as borderline are displayed for the moderators in here. So Poity and Bill and Bob now would see them. So, and I have stream chat open so I can glance over there when we need to. I think we're on to step 5 here, CoreXY assembly, and that is getting down towards the end here. So, and we made it through kind of building up the motion system just before putting in steppers and belts. I do have live chat on myself, but it doesn't seem to make a difference. I don't actually know what that means. If I choose live chat or if I forget it, it doesn't seem to matter. Okay. I was on... I think past this. PF Dennis, thank you for the gifted memberships. Holy moly. Okay. Assembling belt tensioners, we did that. Installing the belt tensioner, we installed all that. I think we did the rail, yep. This is, oh, here we are. So we are on X and Y. Yeah, we did that. Okay, here's where we are. We're on step 40. Hi, Felix. You see? Felix. Oh, what's here? Hi, One Solid Cube. Hi, Rick. So, what do we have here? We have the installation tool. So prepare the X-axis motor, but which one is the X-axis? Hold on, let's go back here. Okay, for the following step, note that the motors are marked as X and Y axis in order to distinguish between them. We will continue to follow this marking. Okay. PF Dennis, member for 37 months. Thank you. Been out of commission for a few weeks, catching up. Welcome back. We welcome you back. Benny, welcome. Have you seen the new Jabberwocky tool head from the ERCF guys? It looks interesting since it flips open for maintenance of failures. That's one the LDO is doing parts for, right? I have seen it. I have not examined it. Jose, thank you for being a member for 26 months. K2 Kevin, welcome. They are not anywhere near kittens. Oh, shoot. Okay, next weekend. They will be a year old. Don't let me forget next stream. Don't let me forget next stream. The kittens, no longer kittens, cats, get catnip. Get a treat with catnip in it. They will be a year old on June 12th. We got them at 10 weeks. So. Morning, Holtz. It was fast, wasn't it? Have you ever considered making a Charlie's Angels conference? Oh no, thank you for the super chat, Derek. I have considered, I'd like to set aside some time when I go to events, if anybody wants to hang out. I think that would be a good thing. I just haven't thought of it in the hustle and bustle of getting, of doing an event. Already a year old, time flies. No, yeah. So, PF Dennis, you'll be 62 tomorrow. Let's everybody say happy birthday to PF Dennis, since we won't be streaming tomorrow. Rushmere posted, I was asking if you'd seen Clou's video on 3D printing bellows for the mill. Did you try to tag Clow? I wonder if that's what caused it to do it. But I responded to your X and Twitter post right before stream, actually. What's up, guys? Tuxedo, thanks for being a member. Let me catch up. Okay, let's get out these steppers. Where did they go? I cleaned up more because we did a Saturday stream. So I need to locate and identify. There's the X-axis stepper. Neil, thanks for being a member for 21 months. Oscar, is it treat time yet? Yes. Did you give the big box to the cats? No, they didn't end up being out here while I still had them. There were too much debris from that. I had to get it taken care of right after stream. Okay, that is that stuff. Let's set this over here. Oh, and we're gonna need the pulleys. Those are right there, good. Felix is settling in. Okay, so we are going to grab the X-axis. Put these. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, this will work. Catnip, cat literally went like crack at it on catnip, lost weight, got aggro. Bob family. These cats, Oscar and Felix this morning, were on a tear chasing each other. They were having all kinds of fun. So hopefully they're worn out and they'll settle in here quickly. X, go. X and this and a driver. What? That one I want. So it looks like we use this side of here. This is going on here. Yes, that's my shirt. Can you show off how you organize your tools? I love the Acromill stuff you use. See inserts. My tool organization is minimal right now. I have my here, this Harbor Freight drawer system. You can see my little spot for the cat treats. And the top drawer is the normal miscellaneous drawer. It's deep and it's too deep to be messy, so we won't open that one too far. The second drawer is where all my drivers are. So hex drivers, wrenches or pliers are not supposed to be in that drawer. Other things like that. And then the next drawer are things like wrenches and wire cutters and strippers and crimpers. And then the next drawer is more measuring tools. Is that very interesting, Oscar? Come on back. That's how it's organized right now. And then I bought these magnetic trays for the side for organizing stuff like bottled stuff and cat treats. Hey, Jeremy. Yeah, this is a really nice tool chest. I've been very, very happy with it. It fits, Cascade fits perfectly on top of it, and that's where it is. So the intent is to do Gridfinity. I keep running into, I want to do the Gridfinity in one piece for the base on the Phoenix, and the print quality issues we were talking about at Rocky Mountain were getting in the way of me getting that done. You're gonna go back here. Then you're a little more stretched to get to me. Okay, so that one's on, both are tightened, and then we're gonna do the Y-axis. Y-axis with the other side of the tool. Hey, on tech. There you are. This one goes on this way. This just kind of slips in here. Firmly tightened. As usual, we are giving away a roll of Polymaker filament at the 3-hour mark. Link is in the pinned post and the description. There is an affiliate link down there too if you are looking to purchase any. All that PLA filament that's just sitting there gathering dust or humidity depending on where you live. Yeah, I do. That is hopefully how I work my way through some of the filament inventory I have. Brand Dreamies here at Portugal. It's called Catisfaction. Well, those actually came from the GPs in here. Those came from the UK. Next. Then we are going to get the belts prepped. So we have 2 belts. They should be the same length. Access an extruder holder found in the CoreXY. And some screws. So what I want to do, maybe that's a good view. Let me find these belts. And I want to first do a check to see how even they are. Where does it say the belts are? CoreXY parts, hinges, and HB set package. Parts, hinges, and HB, there it is. Which CoreXY parts and hinges set. There they are. So I think the first thing I want to do is see how well Prusa does at making sure the belts are exactly the same length. Got my last remaining CAD, a 2x1 electric blanket. People use it for back pain. Oh yeah, these cats love it when April uses the heating pad, and when she moves, they are directly in that spot. Okay, so the backside one is the one offset that way. So we're just going to run this through meshing the teeth, and the one in front should be overhanging the back just by that one tooth. Good job. It is exactly the same length. It is exactly the same length. I mean, they probably use a machine to do this, so I would expect it. Probably one of their custom fixtures. Okay, you're good. You are good. So, oh, and that machined part. Where is that machined part? It's right here. And we've got some, oh, those are door hinges. Okay, we don't need any of that. Kudos to Prusa, they make quality stuff. Yeah. And a deer. We're behind here, but I really like that pulley alignment tool. I mean, we've made stuff like this. We've made stuff like this for Voron builds. Other folks do as well. I like these little easily printable multi-tools. They use this for building bearing stacks, for guiding zip ties, for setting space on the pulleys. It's a cool little tool. Okay. Belts, a bunch of M3 by 35s. Let's see, somewhere. We're gonna need 8 of them. I'm gonna need to go into. Yep, those are the 35s. I only have 5 of them in my little bin here, and I'm sure there's a whole bag of them in the parts here. So where is that? It's over here. There are ones that look like ponchos for backs and shoulders. Move some of this stuff that we're going to need at some point to the bench from my little miscellaneous parts box. Oh, very, very, very important. Very important. My Haribo bag. Gotta be ready with that. Okay, here's. Oh, where's the other fastener bags? Fasteners, printed parts. Fasteners and electronics. There we are. The Armored Turtle showed a high temp printer at Rocky Mountain. I have not examined that closely yet, so. Okay, M3 by 35. They are in this bag. There they are. Buddy. What do you think? Is that what we need? Is that the right size? You've seen the X thing from the last show. Often. But I don't often have a whole lot to say. Okay, let's put these back in here. Okay. Let's get hair everywhere. Okay, next. So this is the belt path. Next step, cover belt installation and guiding the CoreXY assembly. Before starting, refer to the illustration for an overview and better understanding of each belt path. Got the expansion joint, the Max mentioned on the Phoenix. No, I haven't gotten, I just finished my, the shed wiring. Finished. Rough inspection was passed with no comments. So I'm very happy. They didn't ask me to change anything, didn't suggest I do something different. So that was the big push for the last month or so after Rocky Mountain for me to get done. So that's done. The final is going to require that I protect the Romex in the walls, and I'm going to do that by insulation and finishing the inside. I could also cover the Romex in conduit. But I have 6 months to do that. So now I can shift my focus to things like checking out Phoenix changes and configuring Cascade and working on other projects. So this is shed wire. You seem to just do streams. Is that because it's too tedious to do videos, not enough return on investment on videos versus streaming? No, I don't really care much about the investment part, time investment. My concern with standalone videos is the editing, and I'm not comfortable with it. I do want to do some edited videos because I think it could complement the streams. But the editing, I've got a big mental roadblock on that. Do you think Max's changes to the bushings on the y-axis on Phoenix is going to kill the expansion gremlins? I don't think so, that particular. I think it's going to be a combination of things. But anyway, let's guide the belt step by step before starting. So x-axis is the top position. So, oh, we do all of this before we put the steppers in. So from the back of the CoreXY, focus on the motor mount on the left side, create a loop anywhere in the belt so the teeth are pointing inside the loop. Push this loop through the space between the lower pulleys inside the motor mount. Oh boy. So they want us to do that. Oh, and then put the stepper on top. So this is inserting the Y motor. Okay. That is working on secret 4 onto 3D printer houses and sheds. I wish. Maybe this will be better. So we're going to be working on, here's the Y motor, and turn this around to where we're working on the back. These can go over here and here. And it looks like they have this goes in here and the wire goes to the back. But before we do that, this is still top up. So one thing they're missing in their instructions are making sure that the text on the belt is upright. Very, very important. Enjoyed Taylor's stream with Max on the Phoenix. Nice to see the workings out as well as the finished product. Yes. So they have us doing like this and making a loop in there so that the stepper can go in here and capture that belt. It is a prime consideration. I agree. Flip this over, and it looks like we're going to put in 4 screws and then back on its front. So with this and put these through here. Should have grabbed a wrench. I know in that, what Max was saying on that video is what the 2mm, I think we're being just kind of in the moment talking. I believe the person who did the calculation said it was about 1.2 millimeters of expansion over that distance. I don't remember what the temperature difference involved in that calculation was. But it's an interesting thing that you don't really realize is going to be a problem, but then is so obvious once you discover it. This build seems more complicated than the Mark III. From everything I've heard is from scratch, just a kit build, it's a shorter build than a Mark IV. Okay, those are on. That's in. So, hi, Kim. Next. Oh, so what are we doing here? So we put those in and then guide the left end of the belt around the lower left pulley. Okay, so that's what we're doing. This out here, wire out of the way. It's on there. So we're taking the left end, we're gonna guide this through here, it seems. Like that. Yep. Don't pull too long so you don't pull the whole belt out. The other end is loose. Whole process would then have to be repeated. Yep, next. And we're gonna go out the front here and back through here. Let's move this back. Is this a better view? This might be a better view. Make sure that text is still upright. Yep. Similar to solving an issue with something simple, you ask, useful, why you didn't do that to begin with. Yep. Blue, you definitely spent more time on the Core One than Mark 4S, both from kit. I believe you. I was very surprised when folks were saying this was a quicker build than a Mark 4. So. Go around the XY pulley, and then they want us to put it into this piece here. Guide the belt around the pulley and the belt tensioner, push the belt around the front pulley into the linear assembly, prepare the extruder holder in the same orientation as in the picture. Note the holes for securing the belts. Push the end of the belt through the middle hole into the left hole in the bottom row. Leave 4 to 5 teeth sticking out right here. The belt is secured on this end, you can leave it free for now. So we grab this guy. It looks like it sets in this orientation. Pull a bit more belt here. This is going to go here. A little bit on the end. Hi, Rudy. Hi, Rick. There we go. Oh, it might have helped if I didn't have the carriage there in the way. This is going to here, back through here, with about 4 or 5 teeth sticking out. It'll just kind of pull on itself right there. Leave that right there. Max said they stripped the Phoenix of all its bells and whistles to diagnose any chance they would release a stripped down model for those of us that just want a single tool head. I'm fairly certain that anything needed to build it with a single tool head is going to be part of the release. It would still be CoreXY with Y assist to help manage the big gantry. So. Hey, Traxman, welcome. Hey, Rick. Oh, I said Rick. Yep. Next. Hey, Steven. I'm going to see you in Indiana in a couple of weeks. Back to the other end. Take the other end of the belt and guide it around the lower pulley. Push it through the motor mount to the front. Route the belt around the lower right pulley and the linear rail holder. There, and then there. I mean, it's normal. Normal CoreXY belt path. This. Whoop. Here, and then right here. And then do they have us? Yep, and then they have us putting it through the other end of the. Push the end of the belt through the middle hole in the left hole in the bottom row of the extruder. It's difficult to reach the extruder holder with the belt. You can loosen the belt tensioner screw on the front assembly. Don't forget to adjust it back after. Okay. I thought these were already as loose as they could get. It's okay. Get this out. It's the other belt. This comes through here. This goes through here. really help much. Shaky cam time. There we go. Got 4 to 5 teeth out here. This comes through. We pull a few teeth out that way. I think it's going to matter if I have this pulled right now, because I'm probably going to have to loosen it as I put the other belt in. Hey, no garage. Came a few days early and I can't watch and build at the same time. Why not? Okay, so that is that part on there. What do you got? Okay, it's a cat toy. Hey, Out of Adam, welcome. Let's see next. Then we do the other one. So we know the path here. The CoreXY, we do that. What I'm really concerned about is getting into there. So this, it just have us doing the same thing. Okay. So X is going here, taking our belt, making sure we know which way the text is going. This is regular. If anybody wants the name, it's all just regular 2DT Gates belt. This will go like this. Just make sure that goes in like that. This time we'll just make sure we turn this straight up so that gantry doesn't shift around. Forgot to check the text on the belt and accidentally got it correct. Nice. It's always good. So did you chop anything on the new mill? Didn't chase after you once the stream ended. I have not actually done anything on it. It takes a significant amount of time and effort to properly get everything dialed in. And I have not taken the time to do that yet. Okay, well, it's got it over. Just make sure I tighten all these evenly. Okay, so we're going to do the thing over here. So these guys here, through here, back through here, goes into here, goes to the top. Oops. Top, back through. So one of the challenges will be making sure that these are all exactly the same length. Otherwise, all the effort. Hey, buddy. we go. Otherwise, all the effort to make it. Take that. Kitty inspection break. Everything in order? Do I pass? This is true. Oh, there we go. You got a toy? You gonna take your toy away? You gonna jump? Good job. Are you done? Yeah, we're gonna continue anyway. Oh, I'll drop my glasses. Through here. It's up over there and then through here. What are little balls made of? They're just felt balls. They have been fascinated with these, so I put a container of them up here to give them an opportunity to take and play with them. But they're not as interested in these for some reason. I can. We're back with fresh coffee and donuts. I want a donut. I haven't had a donut in a long time. Hey, Mitch. Creator. This is this is obstacle course building. Yep. Take this side. Put it through the same piece here. Oh, we should have enough for everybody. You're in the kitchen, help yourself. Okay. I don't know why I put that away. There we go. Then we are going to probably spend some time evening that up. Take it away. I am a old-fashioned donut fan, so I like the thicker, the denser donuts. Denser donuts are my jam. Jam-filled donuts are pretty good too. Okay, we did all that. We did all that, that, and that. Is there an inertia build in the future? Not planned, but otherwise unknown. These are donut holes of the old-fashioned variety. Nice. I like custard too. Yep. You people. Push the end of the belt through the middle left hole. Next, leave 4 to 5 teeth sticking out. And recheck the belt path. Belt path is fine. And then we have a Bowden guide. Where's that Bowden guide? It's in the printed parts package. Dancer Donut sounds like an old guy rock band. Let's go here while I look for printed parts. fastener printed parts. Parts box is that right there. I think that's it. Hey, Dans. How are you? Oh, I'm a dense donut. I think a lot of us are dense donuts. Hey, Kenneth. This belt attachment seems difficult. I am not opposed to that opinion right now. We will see how it goes. Okay, we need a bunch of screws. We need this and zip ties. Bowden guide, zip ties, and then we put this on. Okay, so I think it would be wise for Prusa to go into a little more instruction on how important it is for you to end up with the same belt lengths. If your tensioners here are not adjusted the same, if your amount of belt sticking out here, this is where the critical part is, making sure that the number of teeth showing is even per side. So I think I'm going to, how do I want to do this? I think this is still the best way. Let's go here. So the number of teeth that are sticking out, it doesn't have to be even side to side. It has to be even per side, top to bottom. And it's hard to see in here. So if you look at that, we've got like 2 teeth there and down here, that is not acceptable. Those need to be the same. So I'm actually going to pull 1 tooth from the bottom, just gently pull, and you can feel that. And then I'm going to pull a tooth from the top. As long, the tensioners, it's helpful if they're the same here. What's really critical is that the teeth showing here are the same. If you need to loosen the tensioners to get to that, then you do that. And what I'm thinking is I'm gonna try using the same trick I use on the V0 and other things, is there's probably no reason for this to be attached at all. There's no reason for this to be attached at all. Let's take this off. Let's take this off. Is there any room for them to refute that with the individual belt tensioners taking up the difference? No, because if you end up with different length belts, then your tensions are off. To what degree it matters, I don't know. But if you have a shorter belt on one than the other, then you're inherently going to have a tighter belt on one or the other, or you're going to have a racked gantry. So I think pulling the front idlers just completely off gives us all the room in the world to work here. Now we can move this around. We can move this over, pull our teeth, pull these out. Now when we're pushing that through, you see that is the same now. So if we hold these over on this side with those 3 to 4 teeth out, those are all the same. Don't pull your teeth, that hurts, that's true. We pull this out, a tooth. I would say that the 3 to 4 teeth they're talking about is if you take it to the end of this little machined feature here, when that lays down, it's hard to see, but you see that lays down, it goes right to the end. I'm guessing that that's going to be pretty close. See that? So if that is all the same, now all this comes on and we can hold it right here now, get everything tied in. And then there are M3x10s that go in here, which I don't have anywhere near me, so we're just gonna let this sit. didn't feel enough. I need dental work. I dropped them off and got more things. Let me grab the M3x10s. I don't know what is going to be the best angle here. It actually might be turning this whole thing around, because we need to fasten that from that side anyway. Slide all this around. Now I can probably work around this okay. Look at that upright carriage. So we're gonna need 4 M3x10s. So end up with this. And if you notice here, look at the end of that belt and you don't see the end of this belt. Can't tell on this side, but I think it's more important than they are emphasizing in the manual. Let's see. Has anybody commented on that? No, there are no comments here regarding that. That's not what I want. Let's close that. So we are going to hopefully see if I can do this without getting my hands in the way too much. Now I am guessing that putting the belts at the points I said is going to be about right. We'll find out when we go to tension it. If we're pulling too much, we're pulling the tension too far. Maybe we'll go 1 tooth past. That way I can see them. That's 2 teeth. So one tooth. Oh, hold on. I'm about to lose a keyboard. Oh, cat. Keyboard precariously perched. Post a comment. I made mine all equal, but I only would have known that from watching your channels. That's awesome. That's good to hear. So if that goes past 1 tooth, we'll be able to see. So that's there. That's there. So we're gonna put that there, and then we're going to pull this 1 tooth past this one. Tooth past there, and this 1 tooth past. So if I pull all this, a bit of fiddly, this against here, hopefully all that stayed in place. Nice belt clamps out there. This could have been done easier. I think so. I agree. Now all the bumps in here should be even. Let me make sure that one is. There we go. Because if you got a bunch of belt in here, it could give you a false sense of everything being even. I'm gonna not fully tighten this, but get things started, and then we'll get a closer examination on if they're all even. Do I have any kind of, I guess I can do my flashlight as light. I'm not liking how it seems you can't see. Well, that's why I put it just out, just past this edge. And both of those, I can see the edge evenly. And then on this side, I can see the ends of both of them evenly, just looking at it. Okay, so that is well and good. Now we need to make sure, they're not twisted. This is just pulled through like that. There we go. Now we need to make sure we can attach the tensioners, and we didn't put too much belt overlap there. So we should be able to take these, put it here, and if we can get any threads on this on both sides. So that is there. Take this up here. Oh yeah, we are fine. So both of those can attach. That's all we care. It's even here. We should be good. Seems to be a lot more aluminum parts in the upgrade kit. Do you think that is Prusa's way of testing or transitioning Core One to being a product machine like the... I think that they have decided which parts are critical for a consistent build by a DIYer. And that's what you're seeing, is they're seeing a benefit to providing some machine parts in areas where that's important, and printed parts where they can get away with. So we're starting to see open source product move to CNC or sheet metal parts. Yeah, the ability to get services like that is expanding. It's definitely still more difficult in some parts of the world than others. So the even tension should be determined by the app, but that doesn't seem as accurate. It's not though, Mitch. If your belts are not exactly the same length, then you're going to get at the same frequency from the app, which I don't like the app. I've never been able to get the app to work well. Then the shorter belt is going to cause, or the belts being different lengths effectively, is going to cause the gantry to be racked at the same frequency indicated. Okay, we can put the other screws in here since I verified everything is correct. And did the other screw did I pull 4 out to begin with, or did one of them get taken by the cats? Nicely firmly. I don't think that was too bad to do. Little fiddly, might be more difficult if someone isn't as dexterous. I think that it would be interesting to see where this could be improved. But that didn't take too long to make sure those were even and the same, and where these tighten up is still well within their range, it seems. So please make sure the tension pulls part is at least flush, or you could fail Y calibration. The Y axis will not reach the block. That makes sense, Barry. It is well past the front of this, that point. Yeah, so where that tensions, this is not hitting the pulley. That's a good point. And I just confirmed that. Okay. I think on a machine like this, Stephen, if you have knobs accessible on a machine, people are going to want to fiddle with it. If you have a knob there, you're going to get Joe Prusa user, bad choice of names there, wanting to fidget. So I don't know if I like the idea on a machine like this having a knob that does an adjustment accessible. Something that you shouldn't touch once it's set. Okay, where are we at? Where did I skip something? So that is done. Now we're gonna put a zip tie through somewhere. Apparently we're looking at the side here. I got grandkids, I'd be removing knobs. I think we have a lot of cool and good ideas as tinkerers and advanced users, but a machine like this has to be built at a baseline. Saw videos about helping the VFAs by tensioning higher. I saw that too. There on my machine, one of us is, we're both. How are you finding the Swiss 3Ds you put on the Prusa? Oh, I took that Prusa Mini to work because we're in a new building with new cubicles, and I'm using it to print cubicle accessories like headphone holders that I designed and little hooks that clip over the top of the cubicles. So I printed a few things on Friday is when I took it in, first day I took it in, and it's working fine. I did make some errors in the showing how to install that in the streams, and mostly around the areas of like wire routing, and that helped the shoot, I don't remember his name. That helped the owner of the creator of that realize where they might want to tweak some documentation on their site. So one of the selling points of this brand's machines is the beginner-friendly nature of the build. Okay, sorry. Let's go here. We need zip ties. Zip-dee-dee ties. Zippity-doo. I can just see the support tickets for that. So we've got a little spot here, and which side am I on? Oh, I'm over here. It's the Y motor. This out. We've got a. One thing I've learned is you want to pay attention to where the head of the zip tie is on these builds. This is probably, so this, okay, so this guy comes down here through that little groove to make sure that's not pulling on the stepper. That thing nobody in today's generation knows Tupperware. I know Tupperware. Make sure that we're not gonna want to put anything else through there. Nope, we can tighten that up. Push that to the back. Are you guys ready for treats? Is it time to get some treats and maybe settle down? Treats time? Is it treats time? Here, let's do this. Come on, come on, come on. Let's show them that you can actually make that jump. Okay, are you ready? Even with, there you go. Oh, Felix is in on the action. Oh, come on down, come on down. You want one? There you go. There we go. Too weak. No, 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 it's his turn. There you go. One more. Oh, there you go. You wanna lick my finger? Here, my thumb. I got some on my thumb. Okay. Okay, that is on. Got to keep them excited to come out here, right? They get treats out here. Hey, Ella, welcome. I'm ready for treats too. I need some Haribo. There's probably a market out there for day-long streams of Steve feeding kitties their treats. Fat kitties. Okay, I'm guessing this is the other side and that just goes straight down. Guide that. Make sure that we have some. Okay. A bit later tonight, friend's been in a documentary about his kidney transplant. Interesting. I hope it's going well. Insert a square nut into the motor mount right. So this one over here. So this one over here. Attach a Bowden guide to the motor mount right. Note the correct orientation of the part. Let's see. That is with an M3x10. Oops, that's not the button. That's the button. So, Bowden guide. This apparently goes here. But we need a square nut. All done. Treats. No more treats. That's not treats. Push that all the way in. They're in excellent health now. Good. Good, good. Go. Little guide there. Next, now we are going to need another LED strip and another metal part. White LED strip found in the electronics and fasteners package. Let's see if that's still there. is not. What did I do with it? Not that one. There are a bunch of things that I have set in odd places over the course of the build, so I'm no longer at the part where I can critique whether the the parts are where they say they are. Do have this guy, which I think that's what we need. It's a strut. Must be walking the catwalk. CoreXY strut. This part is inserted in a foam cutout and may not be immediately visible. Oh no, that box is all gone. I threw that away. It was taking up too much space. Electronics box? No. There. Build sheet. Let's be over in this box that I set way at the back of the collection. Nope, not that box. What in the world? Where did I put it? I thought this was all of the boxes, but there must be another one. Where did I put it? Oh, maybe it's right there. Whoop. Oh, sorry, Oscar. No, it's not there. Not there. What is this thing? It's the LEDs. We just had those. They've got to be in here. They are not in here. Where? Electronics and fastener. Not in there. Ah, maybe there they are. The little box. Hey, Frau Hotelman, welcome. Gilla Prince, welcome. How was your stream? I saw some of it. Okay, it's back here. So, and we need M3x4 Torx screws. What are you guys doing? I found a bug, I think. Hold on a second. What did you find? That's just a white smudge. That's not anything for you to attack. It's a piece of paint on the edge of the door seal for the door going into the house, and they're reaching up there, but since it's the seal, they're getting their caw caught in it, and it's making a weird noise. Yeah, cats. Okay, so there's the M3x4. Okay, what do we do with this? We are going to peel off the protective paper layer. We're going to position it on the CoreXY strut. Note the rectangular cutout on the strut. Orient the strip cable to the same side. Okay. So there is that rectangular cutout. They're sharing the one brain cell and it's currently in transit. That is so true. Currently Oscar has it. Currently Oscar is in possession of the brain cell because he's sitting here being good and Felix is still thinking he's going to attack the paint spot on the door trim. What's up, kitty? Okay. Maybe that he needs to go in the house. So I'm going to leave the door open. They can come and go as they please. I don't want to keep them from their litter box. They'll be back. Okay, so we have this strut. There is a rectangular cutout. And if we look at this and we zoom in, it appears that this is, it's kind of hard to see, but the bend is to the front here. Same thing here, the bend is to the front, this here, and we put that on across the piece. Way here, that goes like that. This goes like this. Don't touch the LEDs. I don't know why. I'll clean them when I'm done. House moth season for us. The cats are having a great time. I bet. I bet. Stream was great. No tech issues like last week. Well, that's good. I haven't heard from Nathan. I need to reach out to Nathan. I want to make sure that build happens. Stone Wolf build. Have you heard anything, Killer Prince? They aren't like collagen. It's okay. I know. I know. But they made such a point of it in the last bit of instructions. Don't touch the front of the LEDs. Hi, Robert. The Stone Wolf does look awesome. And it looks like this is pretty much centered right across there. So I'm going to feel out where this actually will set centered. And it looks like we're going to center it basically vertically on this piece. I think it's because they're ESD sensitive. Maybe. This is the same thing. I'm going to put some pressure on the end here. If you remember, the adhesive didn't want to stick well to the heat shrink on the last one, so it made it difficult to peel the protective layer off. So I'm just going to do that, and then I'm going to grab some tweezers or something to try to get that started. Try to grab just, there we are, and we're gonna grab just a part of it. Let's see, we're gonna grab about that much, fold that up at an angle. This on here, there to there. Looks about like the picture. Keep this nice and straight, not there. Not there. Not press yet. Right there. Press that down. Hold this. I'm going to pull this out. Prusa expects you to do this without touching the LEDs. I agree, but whatever. There we go. Now pressure. Pressure. think it's so the oil from your fingers don't get on the LEDs as they do heat up. They don't heat up enough to matter. I am going to wipe off though, just to respect the instructions. Wet spot on my paper towel here. Call it good. And down here, am I missing anything? Looks like, okay, we're good. Okay, next. Take the white LED assembly and attach it to the front of the CoreXY assembly. Align the holes of both parts. The LED strip must point to the left. Well, that's interesting. Does that screw in from the back? I see. Okay. Those halogen LEDs, they burn out the oil from your fingers? No. Halogen LEDs, that would be interesting. Oop. Here, I guess. So that would mean, are these threaded? No. Ah, I see. So go like that. Oop, wrong way. And then this goes off to the left, but it goes in front here, lines up with those holes. I could see don't touch the LEDs if you're running constant current PSU and driving them to maximum brightness, otherwise shouldn't be an issue. I know, I'm mostly playing. They say don't, so we're gonna emphasize. I'm getting these started by hand because I don't have my Torx driver handy right here. I'm gonna go grab it here in a moment, but since I have this all in position, I figured I'd get that started. So my Torx driver I have in my cool little Prusa Core One toolbox. Go. Still need to print that. It's a nice box. Dorsten. Okay, let's go here, and then we're going to do the door sensor. So please prepare the door sensor, a M2.5 by 10 screw, and a zip tie. M2.5 by 10. Where is that? 3. Where's the door sensor? That I think is in here. This box of stuff. Saw it in here. Okay. Door sensor harness. Need to print one of those. Jari is making a drawer system for one, super slick like he always does. Yeah, Jari's stuff is really cool. I have not done, I tried printing some of it and then ran into trouble. M2.5 by 10. I have to wait 8 weeks for my Core One filter, but it's, I need to have a print a filter myself. Any tips on models? I don't know. One of these is a spare. Throw it over in the tray. That. Zip ties. Flip the CoreXY assembly upside down and rest it on the motors. Position it with the white LED strip facing towards you. Thread 3 zip ties through. Okay, so we're going to turn this thing upside down. White strip, that's this way. And then we're going to put some zip ties in here and start them. So do that. This is the E-strip and zip ties through one bag of the zip tie. Core One doesn't have a lot of extra space to fit something like a Nevermore bento box. I actually don't know what the filter setup looks like for a Core One. I haven't looked at it that closely. How's a gantry been like to assemble versus 2.4? Belt routing was really easy. Everything just kind of guided into place without any issues. The belt attachment at the carriage is a little odd. I think it could be improved, but I don't know how. But it wasn't bad overall. I think I'm gonna try to remember to put a comment in the instructions that keeping the belt lengths the same and having consistent stick out in the carriage to promote that would be a good thing to add to the instructions. Okay, we're doing that. And then that. We are, oh, there's a resistor there. I saw the resistor in the picture there and like, interesting. A little resistor built in. So that is where? That's on the left. Oh, this is turn it back over. How do you like the Prusa tool to set up the motors? It was useful. I have not checked to see how well it aligns. So here, that there. This is going to turn over, and this goes on the left one. So set this like here, and then this goes that. This probably has a 2mm driver on it. Yep. That is going to go into, where is that hole? This way. That's all in that direction. Thomson Leonard made a Core One filter box using IKEA. I think has HEPA or VOC. I think I saw that. This is threading into plastic, so we're just going to snug. I don't know if this should be, just making sure this is parallel with the front here. Go. Tighten the bolt fully and then loosen a quarter turn. The sensor must be allowed to move. Must be allowed to move. Okay. Loosen a quarter turn. It can move. Okay. Oh, I see. So this screw is a pivot point. This screw is a stop. Secured door sensor, tighten the bolt fully, and then from the rear of the belt tensioner, tighten the M3 by 12 screw so that it touches the door sensor. About 24 hours of printing away from completing the MMU Community Edition. I bought filament to print that. I haven't received that filament. I bought some Soul Black glitter from Printed Solid, Pet G, to do it. I think that Pet G is a good idea, at least for something that big that I really don't want to deal with any potential large part shrinkage and warping on, at least minimize the chances of that. There, that's to where it touches. So that's where I'm gonna go with the recommendation from David, Prusa guy. I haven't started, I mean, I'll start printing it when I get it. I like the idea of it. I'm hoping to put it on this Core One, but we'll see how it goes. I'm hoping to print it on print the parts for it on the Core Ones. Okay, so that screw goes in until it is touching the door sensor. And I don't know, I've got mine threaded in quite a bit more than this. Mine is not at this kind of an angle, but we'll see. Hey buddy, that's my keyboard you're sitting on. Turn on the caps lock. Do you want this? Oh, good job. Good jump. He's getting his practice in. No more slipping. No more funny cat video. And then we need a zip tie here. Push the zip tie. It's wet outside, so I'm finally catch a stream. Welcome, Troy. Okay, so we have a zip tie that goes in here this way. And this guy comes around here. Sure that sets. Hey, Ule. Looks like it sets right about there. Probably gonna get the start at some point. We have a lot of surface dust in the home. I think it'll help. Next. Okay, prepare a cardboard box. You use any box from the kit. The box used in the picture is for illustrative purposes only. Do we actually have that box in the kit? Is there anything that looks like that? There's nothing that looks like that with the printing on it. Flip the upside down. Positioning the smooth rods on top. Slightly lift and support the front side of the CoreXY. Don't damage. Oh yeah, because that's why we need the box, is because this sticks out past the level that it would sit on. So, and then we're going to be routing the cables. Must be slightly taut and straight. Excess slack or bends may cause collisions with the y-axis. That's all of this, and making sure everything is aligned there. Let's see if a 1, 2, 3 block is enough. Yep, 1, 2, 3 block is enough. So let's go here. Set this like this. And these go through here. Hey, BBs. this. Okay, so that is going to go there. Make sure all of this, I guess that's the way that goes. Let's see if we can make this go the same way. Oops, sorry. Yep, now those are all even. This, yeah, there's nowhere that that's going to interfere. This through. We just basically want to make sure that none of this can loop up and get in the way of the system. Hey Kyle, hey Armor 3D. Speaking of kitty cats, there we are. Route the sensor through the zip ties, tighten the zip ties, secure the cables, cut off. Cables must be slightly taut and straight. So basically in between these points, they just don't want it to have enough slack to loop up and get caught by the gantry. Okay, and then we get to move on to get these tight and snip. There we go. So we need the 330 millimeter rods. Is it the shorter ones here or the longer ones? Nope, the shorter ones. Okay. 330 millimeter rods. Nope, that's those. And screw. And now we bring over the main assembly. So we find somewhere to put this. Getting there. Set this so that we don't damage. We've got to be careful not to damage that door sensor. I think is the most fragile piece there. Okay. So carefully insert both smooth rods through the heat bed assembly bearings. It is required to insert the smooth rod in the axis with the bearing very slowly to prevent any of the bearings from shooting out. This Trident build threw me through a loop yesterday. I was surprised by the X-axis mounts with the M5x40 going in the hole. The X-axis mounts with the M5x40. Surprised by it? Why? Carefully hang the cables from the cooling fans over the rear panel. What is this? Okay. And then, oh, and then we put all this on. Fun! Okay. So we do this. Just gonna make sure that these are nice and clean. Don't have any, ooh. Ooh, that's not good. Okay, I just found something that I didn't notice last time. That's not good. These are I bet you these are the Y. And I bet you, yeah, I did not notice that. I don't know, you see that? You see that right there? See that? That's a groove. That is not okay. That is not, oh, there's one right there too. I bet you this is the Y axis on the side that I have a bad bearing. That is not okay. Hi, Shane. Okay, what am I gonna do about that? I have more rods somewhere. I have more. I do not want to use this one, and I did not. We looked at those, and I did not notice that. Let me make sure that if I twist this with my fingernail in there. Yeah, those weren't rolling. The problem is there isn't just one groove. If there was just one groove, I could align it in between the bearing spots. There are multiple grooves on that. It's definitely a pain to redo the rods, so yeah, I'd swap those now or wait. I am going to attempt to swap them now. The question is, where did I put? I know I have extra rods, and I know I have probably have some that won't need to be cut down. I have brand new ones from Big Orange if you can't find a quick remedy. Yeah, so this one is fine. I cannot feel any problem, and I'm pretty sure these are Y, and Y was where we had that bad bearing. Don't you have a spare Prusa you can steal from? I do have the, I guess I'm looking at the blue bear parts right there. If I can't find one quickly, I will grab one of those. Give me a moment. There is a slight possibility I may need to go to the shed. Put that stuff. We may get a Dancing Max sighting here in a second. Yeah, let me do a real quick run out there. I know where my thing of spare rods is. Shed lights. I do have shed lights now. Okay. We're going to get Dancing Max. This is going to take about 1 minute for me to determine whether I have them or not. If I do not in the shed, then I'll steal one from Blue Bear and we'll go from there. Not dancing bill yet. Nobody's clipped it. Yeah, I will be right back. Is there anything I need? Nope, I think I'm good. Success. Success. You just booked your hotel for Vice. Nice. I need to do that still. Heard a couple of sets of rods as spares after needing to replace a few with grooves. Never had another groove since. Yep. So I have, and I checked. I do not feel any grooves on this one. Sliding it along. And this one is the bad one. And there's a groove there. There's a groove there. There. 3 right in there. This one is about that long, I think it looks like. Yeah. So let me put this one. This grooved one, I used to make filament holders in Sterilite sealed containers. Works pretty good. Would still work for that. You've got bar stock for your stash now. Yes. Well, these machining that wouldn't be fun because I think they're hardened. At least surface hardened. Okay, just double checking. Yeah, everything's good on this one. Let's double check this one. I've just got the edge of my thumbnail there, and I can, if there were any grooves along this, I would be able to feel it as I turn this, and there are none. So this one was good. Let's do a quick wipe down of these. Some IPA just to and then that is not moving from there. A little bit of dirt on them. No longer. Okay, so now I kind of want to start with this a little bit up so I can see it go into the, there we go. So we are going to carefully, none came out, and right down into the printed part. Hi guys. There we are. None. Okay, so let me make sure it's all the way down. Don't push too hard because that's just a plastic piece it's going in. Hey, Clown Hammer. Does Marlin support triple Z motor bed leveling? Yes, it does. The Kenneth, that wouldn't work without changes to the electronics. These are all driven by one stepper driver. Can't really tell if the rods bottom out in the printed part until the profile doesn't line up with the gantry later. Yeah, you could try twisting a little bit as you push down. See if there's any. Okay. Okay, so these, they want us to get them out of the way. Basically just out of the way, it's all the thing is. So they don't want to stay up and over. All these don't want to stay. So I'm just gonna I have to bend the wires, I think. Maybe something like that. There we go. This will work. Put a little bend on the wires to get them to stay. First, I'm a huge fan of Clipper at the moment. One day I'll make a decision with the next printer. So, temporarily hang the cables. There must be space between the cables and the back panel pocket. Exercise extreme caution when placing the assembly on the smooth rods and back panel assembly. Ensure that no cables are pinched. So we got this and then this. If we look at this, this is going underneath. That's why they want those cables out of the way. And then we want to make sure that the rear lead screw goes through that printed part. And then these line up in, there's the machine parts that those will line up in. Okay, yeah, that's what it's showing here, as it goes into those machine parts. When handling the printer, do not lift it by the CoreXY assembly, always lift it by the base of the entire assembly. And then we'll tighten those down. Okay, so you have to put these two pieces together. I don't know what to do with all of these wires though. Those hang down, I think, just like that. In. So, there we go. Sets up there. And then in the front here, this goes up. Lead screw goes in here. Let's make sure that these are loose. Tell if that is fully inserted. Does that push all the way down, or is there a stop there? Whoa. Let's see something. I think there's a stop there. Yeah, there's a stop before it goes all the way to the thing. So I'm hitting that stop, that's fine. There, there. Oh, this is on. Does that, goes there, goes there. Okay. Okay. This is pretty similar to Trident, I assume, in form and function. At its core, at its basic, yeah. Check that both smooth rods are seated correctly in the holes. Firmly tighten the right and then left. Okay. So that is, I can see that it's fully seated. So I'll tighten that down. And I can see through this slot here that it's all the way up against a stop in there. So firmly tighten that. Gantry frame is supported by the rods like in the Rook. There are additional, it's not fully supported by these. In this part of the assembly, yes, but the frame corners and everything all get screwed in here and down here. So everything's kind of tied together. Okay, move linear carriage to the center. Firmly tighten all screws in the order shown. Oh, we never actually tightened those, but how? Oh, okay. So in order to make sure that our X rail is not twisted side to side, rotated around Y, they want you to just push down on the whole assembly as you tighten these. So I'm gonna make sure that I didn't, yeah, I never tightened these. Sure they are fully, yep, Oh, there it goes. It just dropped. When I loosened that one, the whole thing dropped. So there's nothing in the middle here, right? Yep. Go to the middle, hold that all down, and we'll start from the center. Just kind of get them seated. And switch over to a straight, not ball end driver for a final tightening, because I could feel the ball end on that slipping in these stainless screws. Just kind of feel for same torque. I can feel that they're all tightened the same amount. Okay. Yeah, Revos, if your interest is being able to do things and play with a printer, I would recommend going towards a Clipper or RepRap firmware based printer. This would be much more difficult if you want to just throw a box turtle on it. One of the advantages to this is that the firmware, as Prusa provides it with the hardware that's here, works pretty well, and it's pretty integrated. And I have my Tridents and my Mercury ones and stuff like that to play with. These are more tools. So those can be tools too, but okay. From the back of the printer, push the FE connector through the oval hole. Which FE connector? Hold on, did I miss something? Push it down from the back. Oh, through, is there one over here? Oh yeah, that's that one. Okay. So, which printer? Well, the Trident, of course. If you want a Clipper printer, something that you want to be able to play around with, get a Trident. Or a V2. But I have a very biased opinion on the Trident. How are we doing? We got a little under an hour until giveaway time. So up in here, we look through here, is the little ground tab. There it is. You find you have to look into the Core One to see your print. Other CoreXY have clear sides, so I guess you can just look rather than looking in to see. This bar in front is a little bit of an obstruction, but it's not bad. But otherwise, I don't have any real visibility concerns. Okay, so they're saying grab this ground the protective earth cable through, and we're going to plug it in right there. So, on the same side, push the X motor cable through and push everything through there. Okay, so we've got this guy, we've got a ground cable that is going to go through here. In here. And this all back here is not secured. So make sure you're supporting this as you somehow get this on there. Why isn't it going on? So definitely that takes quite a bit of pressure. Make sure you support the gantry, otherwise you're pushing this whole thing. You see that? I'm pushing that whole thing up. push all these guys through here. Okay. Get an early night. Have a good stream. See you, Ella. Have a good one. Next. Now we're going to guide all those. Move the belt out of the way. And push everything through. So basically we're just routing all these cables. Here. Put it in there. That's interesting. There is quite a grommet there. Let's see if I can get it. Just take this grommet out and put it back. Once these are through. The little QR code tags on these wires make them just that much more difficult to manage. QR code wants to snag on everything. So that through there, and then we'll put these guys through here and put that grommet back. Does that hole have a rubber grommet or just bare metal? Well, there are two layers here. The bottom layer has a rubber grommet. The top one is bare metal. Is there a risk? I don't think so. I think it's fine. So that goes that way. That grommet's back in. There is not a grommet. Oh, I went through the wrong one. That's why. There's two holes over here. I gotta go through the one with the grommet. It's up. Oh, there it is. There's the grommet. Hey, Vince. Hey, Garrett. Hey, don't knock it. Core One Conversion looking. I don't know. It depends on how long I go today. I'm not ruling out one more stream for this. Hello, Sync. I'm a little undecided on what my next stream project is, though. If we finish this today, then I need to find something to do next weekend. And then it'll be Murph. Then Barzy Bash. And then we'll be back. I'm not ready. The problem is for between now and next weekend, I'm not ready to start a big project. But, you know what I mean? Okay, next goes through the top one. There was a bottom one. I didn't see the top one at first. So we'll see. I'll figure out something, but I'm definitely welcome suggestions. So from the back side, locate the oval screw hole under the cooling fans. The oval hole must be flush with the hole in it to compensate, slightly raise the rear of the CoreXY. Where is that? Is that on the back side here? Oh, there it is. So, oh, shed tour. I don't have a good way to facilitate that from a technical stream point of view that I know of. I know we're seeing several Core One builds that I would have thought the assembly would be quicker. is in Streamline for production assembly. I don't know that these instructions are the same ones that folks would, they would use in the factory. So, okay, so there's a screw that goes way up in here. All these wires are kind of in the way, but this one, and if we pull see that one, we need to pull that up until we see that hole line up. And then an M3x8 goes in here with the Torx. Now, that is an oval hole there. I don't know how we determine exactly where that goes, so I'm not going to tighten that yet. Let's see if that says not to tighten it. After aligning the screw, the oval hole must be flush with the hole in the bed stop part. Oval hole. Oh, it's actually just, it's securing that right there, okay. But the hole it goes into, there's some adjustment there. The community box version of the Prusa AMS is on the plan to build and install, but it is over a week worth of printing and I don't have the filament yet. I'm not going to tighten that because I don't know how that lines up with other bits of the build. I think I will tighten that when the rest of it falls into place. Any small mods that you can do in a single afternoon stream? There probably are. And that's what I'll be thinking along the lines of, Sean. Something we can work on. And it might mean just pulling out one of the printers and doing some tuning on it and maybe a little tweak. I've had the luxury of a lot of like this Core One and the Prusa Mini that I was already prepped for. All this stuff that has really helped leading up to Rocky Mountain Rep Festival and finishing the shed and stuff. So now I need to get back in a groove of printing stuff for the next thing. Okay. Anyway, route the cooling fan cables through the left hole in the buddy box and plug them into the 4th and 5th slots. The connection order does not matter. Guide the chamber thermistor and plug it into the second one over. Start a death racer. I have a death racer. Hey, John. So that's what we're doing there. Let's go ahead and do this angle then. So we need these 3 cables are all gonna go in here. Push those through the back. To get things cross tangled. Those go in there. And then they go into the all this stuff. So it's 4th and 5th. So let's go here. Here. Come on. There we go. Right there. And then the thermistor. Wow. So this comes over here. I want to put it in this side. There we are. Second. There we go. Okay. Next. Ooh, guide the X motor cable That's X. Oh, and we lost the grommet over here, so let's fix that. Push the grommet through before, so all these little QR tags. This one is not there. Get that back up in here. Okay. All of that. Now we get it in here. Britt, howdy. How are you? There we go. Grommet back in place. So X, let's take X through first. X is going to come down here, look, right there. Door sensor. Okay. So there's a little bit of guidance since they're not labeled on the ends here. A little bit of guidance on what colors. So green goes down right here, nice and close. Plugs into the second one over. And then the door sensor comes all the way down and plugs in right above the USB port. So this one is the longer one. Actually, let's grab this other one since it's nice and it's the shorter one. Okay, this, there we go, fixed. I don't need a QR code on that, on any of the cables really. It's just gooey, sticky, messy. Turn this, bend that. Oh, and we're losing the grommet. What chip does Prusa use on their boards? That's a good question. Don't know. There we go. Probably needs to, there we go. I like that. Now, this one, getting QR cable, QR label removed. Bye. Where are we in this build? We are doing the gantry wiring. We just put the gantry on the printer and getting things wired up into the one right above. Right above the USB port here. Watching for, I don't know which way some of this needs to go. There, right like that. What's your opinion about not using a grommet at the PSU cutout? I don't remember. None of those wires are gonna move and they go straight down through the middle of it. So I don't think it's a big deal, Jordy. I also don't think that grommets are expensive, so it might have been a good idea to just include one for every single spot where wires go through. So. I don't think it's a big deal, Admiral Adama. I think the way the wires go through, they're not going to vibrate against any metal if you place them carefully. Okay, so here's where we are. So this is what it looks like now, Britt. And that is what it looks like. So we're on to... Okay, I should protest. I feel like we should have had gummy bears. I feel like we should have had gummy bears in between that. Okay, next extruder. What are we doing here? We're getting all of this ready. We are going to take a little sidetrack. Let me move this. Because my next extruder is set up with the MMU style filament sensor. And we will swap it back when I put an MMU on here. But in the meantime, we need to convert it back to the other style. So what we have here, let's get in here. Got sleeping cat, so I get my chair back. Oh, Oscar's thinking. Oscar's thinking something. It will work fine with the MMU filament sensor. It will not. It will work fine, but it will not function the same way. My understanding of this, and I'm going to explain it. So the MMU sensor, as it's set up, is designed such that it is triggering at the tool head when filament hits the drive gear, right? It moves the idler here out, and that's what triggers the filament sensor. The other style triggers when filament enters above the drive gears. If I left this as MMU3, it will still work. However, it will not auto eject filament in a filament run out scenario because it's already past the gears when it triggers. If you therefore you'll have to purge more when you switch filaments. So there are functions, and it is capable of working with either sensor, but the more convenient way is to use the non-MMU sensor. See you on Solid Cube. So I get it, Jay. Maybe not any trouble with it, but it's not functioning the same way. And that's what I'm explaining. So we're gonna pull this apart and we're gonna swap the parts. Hold all that together. And what can we do here? Can we put this thing on with this? Can I put all that on and kind of retain all of this? Come on, come with me. There we go. I will be putting my MMU back on soon. Hey, look. This can come off on there, and we gotta remember not to lose that little washer. It's to stay on there. So we are going to put all this aside, build up, and fix this. It still asks you if the unload was successful, even though it didn't unload. Yeah, because it has no way to pull that last bit of filament out on a filament run out. When you have an MMU on here, then it pulls. It detects, I should say. In the MMU it detects, but see this up in here is where the actual run out occurs. That could stay right there. That's okay. Okay, so now we need all of the bits and pieces to turn this back. So, I think what I want to do is pull up a new Prusa 3D. Go to the help, Core One. We'll just go to the main assemble the Core One page. Assembly and go to the Extruder assembly. And this is where we are going to be. So, got bit pieces here that we'll pull apart and use. We'll follow that. May need to find a couple of pieces that I need to make this happen. And I'm going to keep all of these parts because when I do put the MMU on here, I'll have to swap this back. But for the meantime, I want it to work like a non-MMU machine. This apart. See if we can wiggle it. There we go. These go into here. This guy comes off. Just enough grip on that to pull that out. So now these are going to get set aside, and I'm going to keep those handy. This just like this. Screw in here. This is going to go here. All right, like that. Okay, and that stays flush that way. We get all of this stuff. I'll have to pull that piece off. Like that, we get that. We'll put the little shim on there. You can put this on here. What is this saying? Place the heatsink, note the orientation, motors must be facing up. And then I need one of these other pieces. I have them. I have a bunch of them. Go. Yeah. Okay. Now, I think I can leave. Can I leave that one? No, it needs to be different. Okay. Hi, Flynn. Just started a game of filament chicken. No idea. I have enough on this pull to complete. So there is a little difference between the printed one of these and the MJF or SLS, whatever version. The little stopper up here is different. Let's see. There we go. See that piece? That piece right there is different. So we'll use the printed one right now. We'll put this one back in later. This one also has a little O-ring in there. So let's put that aside. This guy is gonna go on our assembly here. Now it didn't say anything about, oh, we've got this Got this piece to put in. I think I must have missed that somewhere. Where did I miss that? Oh, it's already, for this, it's already in there. So I need to grab that. Let's find where that thing is. I have it somewhere. Where? Should have it. I think that might be, where is it? Got so much stuff. So many little parts. Where is that piece? Not in there. Not in there. Where is that? Isn't the sensor different? No, the sensor itself is the same. It's how it's triggered that's different. I know I have those pieces. It's just a matter of figuring out which box they're in. It was changed with the MEMU3 upgrade to the Mark 4S. Yeah, but there's a, if you look in here, there's a little part that a magnet and spring go in here, and that's what triggers the sensor. On this one, this printed piece has a little magnet there that when this whole thing moves over, when the filament, when the idler is triggered, that's what triggers it. Hey, Michael. But what I need to find is where I put that little piece. And I have it here somewhere. So figure out where. I'm a little surprised I don't have it in the, I don't have it in my little bins. So it must be in one of these extra parts boxes I have. I have far too many extra parts boxes. I have fewer extra parts boxes than I used to have. I have been clearing them out and organizing them lately. I've got the little, when you request Joe to sign a frame anymore, they send one of these, a little plaque you can put on. Heater block. What in the world? Not in this box. I say that with I wish I was a trident. Okay, not there. Bear with me. But in here. Wow, there's so many extra parts. Hey, a whole nozzle. Beep. USB drive, silicone sock. Screwdriver. I think I have 2 more boxes I can check. If I can't find it, I don't know what I'm going to do. Extra nozzle. That's just a regular. Oh, that is Mark III stuff. It's not going to be in there. It's all old Mark III stuff. Oscar and Felix were, no, they're snug. It's not bad. It's a good thing. Maybe in here. Oh, another nozzle. If I don't, this is all MMU3 stuff. This is from a prior, this is from the MMU3 upgrade, I think. Holy moly, all the zip ties. Zip ties, zip ties. Serial number sticker. Uh-oh. I'm running out of options. What do I do? Why don't I have that? That's what I'm wondering, is why don't I have the original part that should have been part of that? Keep these out. Why don't I have that particular piece? It's the piece that goes right in here. I don't throw that kind of stuff away. Why don't I have it? Check my bins again. Ah, haha, check the bins again. Found it. That little piece. It was in the bins. Okay, so on the Core One, it appears that this seems to come pre-assembled because they never say anything about putting that together. So let's go to the Mark IV instructions, because I just don't need to know which bearing and which spring goes in there. I do have the bearing and spring. I just have to find which ones. So let's go here. Magnet and spring or whatever goes in there. I know I have it. I just need to, the instructions will help me figure out which ones. So extruder assembly. Oh, and start here, cycle through. What in the world? Do they just assume that all of these are pre-assembled now? That wasn't pre-assembled when I built mine. Let's go back here and let's go help, assembly manuals. Mark IV kit assembly. Let's go back. Keep going back in time. It was assembled into the heatsink in my kit. Yeah. At one point it wasn't, right? I'm not misremembering, am I? Extruder assembly. There we go. Assembling the filament sensor. There it is. So this is what you used to have to do. Apparently you don't anymore. And that's new. So this is what we want. We want the bearing, the magnet, and the spring. So I can find all of these now. I believe I have the bearing and magnet right here. See, I've got a little box stuff, and that's the bearing. The magnet is holding this bundle together. It's in the middle of that. And that is the spring, I believe. So that's the spring. There is the magnet. That's another one of the springs. Okay, so that and that. And that is our assembly. So if we do this, we should be able to get this into here and be set. That was more effort than I thought it was going to be, I'll admit. I would have, yep, there we go. And then all of this goes in there. You can kind of see the end of the bearing in there. But now we're back on track. Oh. Okay, back here. Oh, no, back. Yeah, so we put that in there, that in there, that. Get all that together, those, that, all of that. Okay, I think we can get it from here. So this guy goes here, motor goes straight up. This now goes in here. Go back to where I'm going back on the page to the back to the Core One instructions. Okay. Back where we want to be. Extra idler, that, this, that goes on. Now we're here. What do we got? 16 minutes until we're giving away some Polymaker filament. Okay, now all of that is already on there. That's there. All that whole assembly is good. And then that goes on there. Okay. So have this whole assembly already done. And this goes together. Just kind of I'm going to make sure it falls together and doesn't. There we go. Oop. Drop that out. Just kind of little wiggles. It should just, yep, there we go. If it falls into place, then we're good. I did get the spacer washer in there, yep. Yep, I double checked that. But if that falls together, then we're good. You shouldn't force this anytime. Just little wiggles can help get things in place. So that's there, that's together. It should, oop. This whole thing is just, from the get-go, fiddly. Rotate, must be easy to rotate without having to exert too much force. Next, that can come off. Move the PG adapter. Let's get a screw in here. Oh, that, oh, hey, fun. Okay, well, that can come off. This is an itty bitty screw there. Hey, Klaus. Grant, welcome. How was the discussion today? Welcome, Raiders. Hi, Jimmy and Humble Deer. Hey, Da Vinci. Okay, what size is this guy? I think it's a Torx, right? Apparently that one. That comes out. This guy goes in. This can go back. Hey, Matt. Go. That goes there. Then we can put the, looks like the front on. This is already lubed up. Everything's good. I had rebuilt this. If you remember me talking about it, I'd rebuilt this right before we did this conversion. Chat was good today. Awesome. Been a while since I've been here. Been since the time I was on the VZ stream. That has been a while. Well, welcome back. Okay, so we have this, and now we'll hold everything together. There we go. Okay. And we will end up loosening these up during the startup process, so all those internal gears can settle into place. Felix and Oscar, yep. Felix and Oscar are the stars of the show. I know. I know. They were very active earlier. Don't forget to enter the giveaway that draws in 11 minutes. Yep, giving away Polymaker filament in 11 minutes. Okay, and then put together the idler setup. Old parts, new. 2, 3. Get this assembled. Where is my little nut driver? Over here? No. Over here? Huh. My little J Concepts nut driver is MIA. It's okay. Got alternatives. Hey, Stuart. Tip for the assembly manual: arrow buttons on the keyboard for navigation, left and right for progression, up, down for previous and next steps. Oh, that's nice to know. Nice to know. Okay, so these are all staying. This is all assembly for when I put all this back. When I reverse all these again, when we change this to being MMU capable. Those all go there. All those together. So we have a M3 by 20. Is that really a Torx? 3x20 button head. Oh, it is Torx. Interesting. How many of those am I gonna need? Today I learned moment, yeah. Is this Torx? It is. Torx, spacer, spacer. Other side. Well, I did know that apparently because the last stream we had many instances where we went 50 pages ahead in the manual because one of the cats or the printer sat on the keyboard. Line these up. That is too tight. Still need to be able to turn this. There we go. Your phone wasn't in my pocket, correct. Well, there's that. And then put, so if that goes, I think that's the same. Okay. This goes here. And another one of those in 3x20s. This is why I have a dedicated Prusa hardware box now. Oops. Just there. This still has to move. Okay. And then I already have those, but I don't. We don't use the spacer here, so we don't use this printed spacer that's on here. Same springs, just no spacer. Those. That. This can come off. There we go. Those go there. Spacers go back on. Our springs go back on. This goes into here. This goes on. Do I have, what are they supposed to be? In 3x30, I believe these might be 35s. Switching. These might be 35s. Yep, these are 35s, so we'll grab some 30s instead. Maybe 130. Yep, and then one more. Stuart, thanks for the gifted memberships. Thank you, thank you. Where is, here they are. Okay. There and there. Stuff out of the way. And then this goes back. So that there. We are 4 minutes until giveaway, just in time for the next member stream. Yep. We will be doing, working on Chris Russell's old Blue Bear again on Saturday. Last member stream, we spent a lot of time cleaning up and setting up the frame again. So we're in a really solid foundation for the build now. I think the next parts will go quickly. I'm just making sure these are even and right flush with the end over here. And at that point, we are back to here. So we're in this is the same instructions, but this is not the conversion. So we'll go back to the conversion part. So now we have this, and we're gonna grab these parts. I have a couple of Chris's old steamy CNC deltas. Nice. Yeah, so this Saturday, we'll be doing that because that's the last Saturday I'm gonna be around in the month. These them? I think so. Buddy. Okay, next. Cardboard box as a temporary heat bed protection. Okay. To protect the heat bed from falling parts. Go. Next. And we're going to put some of these screw 3 extruder spacers and an extruder holder. So let me clean this up a bit and move the printer back over here because that is the way. These in here all in one spot. As soon as I find a little Ziploc baggie, hey, there's a Ziploc baggie. I'm gonna put all those parts that we need. All the parts like this, all of these parts that we're gonna need when we convert it back. I'm putting them in one bag. You can remind me. So we'll put the two 35mm screws in there that we changed. So that is our MMU3 conversion bag. Put it in a bin, in the Acromills bin thing. Put it in that. Okay, this moves out of the way. Oops. That is go. Oh, it's starting to get heavy. How many bags of miscellaneous parts do I have? Far fewer than I used to. I've been on a kick of clearing out miscellaneous parts bags and organizing stuff. Okay, let's move a little closer so we can actually get in. So this is where we're going to be working, and it is giveaway time. So we're going to shift over for giveaway. Polymaker filament, links in the pin post and the description. You must be present to win. Let's get things really going. Bring up the form. This is today's. Looks like it. We did give away a roll yesterday. Every public stream is my agreement with Polymaker. So, okay. So as you may know, I close the entries when we haven't had a new one in 3 seconds. So 3. If you're in the garage with the kids, pay attention. Yes, we almost, we really almost had 2 Polar TED Club inductees yesterday. One person wasn't here, so the timer ran out. So we started the second one, and then they came back. So no problem. There we are. Master Moon wasn't here. And then the second one ended up not being here, so it went to Master Moon. We've had about 5 since I did that little story, so we're gonna start over. 3. Now, Master Moon, I understand that you're sitting here in front of the TV, but I'm pretty sure there's a rule you can't win twice in the same month. So just a warning. If your name gets drawn, that'd be amazing. But I'm pretty sure there is a clause in there of the frequency of being able to win. So we got another one there. So 3, 2, 1. I'm less present and more gift. Half. There we go. 3, 2. Pathetic Puma. Thank you for the gift of memberships. 2, 1. Called the Schlunky Clause. That's funny. There's one. So we're gonna get serious now. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. Done. That was good. I won 2 times in one Wii from the channel or Polymaker. I won one via Discord, and if so, I'll stop joining until the month is out. I don't know that, Adama. I'm pretty sure, so that would be a heads up. I think it's unlikely that the name gets drawn. I would confirm before finishing off, but I think it's I don't know if it's per channel or for Polymaker giveaways, but you're making me want to add extra submissions just so we can drag it out. Now that's a problem there, Dom. You're saying right there, the ability to add extra submissions, unless you have a bunch of friends who are watching and coordinating with them, then that works. But saying you could add multiple submissions is you might want to rethink that. I cannot Skyrim. It is closed. It's okay. You get a chance next time. Who did get in? Tuxedo was first. Number of shuffles equal to the number of times, says 3 during the stream. If someone counts that, I'll do it. But Sig got in. Okay. I did not close it. So Skyrim, you have about 2 seconds to get it in, because apparently I didn't close it because one just appeared. So let me see what happened. You have literally 2 seconds to get it in, Skyrim. I thought I closed it, so you're lucky there, Ivan. But as I was copying down the names, one popped up, and oh crap, I messed it up. I'm watching for your name, Skyrim. No, you're okay, Ivan. It's not your fault. No, nothing to be sorry about. But you have opened up so Skyrim can get in if they're quick. If they're quick, extra quick. Which one is it? Let me close this. I screwed that up, so I'll own it. I'll give the extra chance. I haven't seen Skyrim put it in. You can't fill out the form. I know you're trying there, Skyrim. And it's probably frustrating, so I'm sorry. Here. Okay, we are closing it. I'm going to be... there we go. Save. I am going to be... I've searched. Skyrim does not exist in there already. I am typing the name in. I will say the chances of me doing that ever again are 0. So If your name is drawn, your name is in there, Skyrim. So I don't want anybody to be frustrated at that point. So we will fix that. But you got to figure out what's going on with filling it out, because I can't do that. I can't do that again. Okay, Tuxedo was first. And really, Cache 3D got in there at the end. So, well, my mental capacity is drained now. What's the number between 1 and 10? I'm between 1 and 10. Leonard, you said 9. We're going to do 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Spin. Who do we got? Chikaro 89. Are you here, Chikaro 89? Congratulations. Congratulations, Chikaro 89. Are you here? Chikaro 89. Congrats. Got to be here though. There you are. Something in chat. Perfect. Following instructions to the exact. I like it. I like it. Congrats. Let me get this confirmed. There we are. You are the only Chikaro in the chat, in the entry. I'll get there. I'll get there. Bring this up. And that. And this. I'm glad to see other folks starting to do the immediate email thing. I like it. Chikaro 89, you should have an email once it works its way through the system. Congratulations. Unpin. And the description is saved. Okay. Awesome. That's why I don't buy lottery tickets, never win. I don't buy lottery tickets either, but this doesn't cost anything at least to enter. So, and you got it. Awesome. All the instructions should be there on that link. Close. Let's get rid of this and back to the assembly. Oh, that is done. Can't hurt to try. Exactly. Okay, we are going to get into this. So we have a bunch of spacers and we're going to put, I guess we'll put something on here to protect the bed. If I say I don't need no bed protection, I'm going to drop something. So we're going to put some bed protection there. I spent a fortune in doing this giveaway. That's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. See? Bed protection. Hello. Focus. What are you focusing? Oh, you're focusing there. Why are you focusing there? There we go. Dude, you don't get more treats. Okay, so these guys, oh, hi, go here, looks like, our corner. What's up, buddy? Not in the far bottom. It's here. Align the holes in the extruder with the spacers and secure it with, oh, that's the, actually, so tighten the spacers firmly. So what size are these? There is probably a spot on the little included stamp seal tool. Nope, nothing in there for tightening these. Looks like there's 7 millimeter. So I'm going to use my, tighten these firmly. Go. And then we are going to put the, oh, looky here. We're at a part. Making sure we keep things out of the way. This is just going to go on there with some M3x10s. So for anyone who was paying attention last time or the last couple of streams, I did put in a ticket. On these streams, I like to give away the free gifted memberships that YouTube allows me after the giveaway, but it's not working for some reason, so I put in a ticket. That's a bummer, Dom. Okay, ensure is pointing to the left. It is. Do not over tighten the screws. We're gonna get the fan. And this little piece. Hot end cable clip. Hot end cable clip. It's not that. Hot end cable clip. Not in there. What is this piece? That might be a piece we need soon. Is that this one? Yeah, that's this piece. Okay. My conversion kit ordered day 1 is scheduled to ship this coming week. Nice. Okay, so hot end cable clip, fan, and some screws. M3x18s and M3x4s. 18s are going to be over here. It's probably these. Nope, that's 20. Is that what that is? Must be what these are. Yep. How many of those? 2? Yep. Okay. Then we're going to put the fan on. Where did I put the fan? Where did I put the fan? There it is. Hey, that's... Oh, it almost... almost lined up. Next. So this goes on with that way. What do you think, Oscar? we go. There's a sticker on the hot end fan. The sticker must be on the rear side. The cable must be pointing towards the lower left corner. All that is true. And then this piece here, let's push this keyboard out of the way. So take the hot end cable clip in the same position as shown. That's weird. Oh, I guess that's right. Okay. Attach on cable to the next extruder holder. Secure it using two. So we go there, there, and two M3x4. So take this guy. These cables go up into here. There we go. Slide them past that. These are going to go all back in here. And then two M3x4 ports. 1, 2. Okay, so now I think that's, where's this? Where is that? Moving freely. I am really puzzled as to why I don't get any hair bows yet. Why is that? Okay. Something is keeping the thermistor wire, that other thermistor wire, from moving freely. I think it was behind that printed piece. Luckily, I hadn't tightened it down. Now it moves. Okay. Both of these slide freely now. I think that's important so we can shift things around. Oscar likes jumping to that chair. I think he's just constantly trying to prove to himself that he can do it without slipping. Okay, that is done. And then we're going to get this piece, printed cover and love board mount. Printed cover here. That finishes off that bag. Looks like the other part is here. Yeah, those two parts. Hard to build while haribo deprived. I know. I think if they can't do haribos in between the last step and this one, that they need to include a bigger bag. And then we have a cable, which I think is in this bag. No, is this? Yeah, this has got to be it. Different color wires, but that's fine. When are you going to tram the new milling machine? One of these evenings when I get time. Today I'm busy. I have to bleed the brakes on my truck. That's the post-stream activity today, once it cools down a little bit. They should have a haribo challenge where you polish off a bag of sugar-free. You have to complete the build before. No, I'll pass. Okay, a bunch of fasteners. We get the board. Okay, so we have U-shaped channel. This part here. PCCF. Oh, just slid in there. No need to push. We found wine gums at a supermarket near my kids after failing to find them at World Market. Somehow spent $200 at World Market, yeah. And then another one down here. So that one just did not, no friction getting in, so I need to be careful that that doesn't slide out. But this one is going in pretty good, staying there. What just missing is a Haribo page for this section shows that section's Haribo Eden. Does it really? That is a egregious error in the manual then if they forgot to include a Haribo brake. Okay, so it's sitting there, and then this one side here. Cost Plus World Market is an interesting place for a child to figure out how to spend that much money at. One more right here. Next, nope. We've got this piece. Interesting. Okay. Cost Plus candy section is quite large, yes. Oh, she has a penchant for instant noodles and UK sweets. Got it. Okay, so this goes here, and then we need an M3 by 8. So this guy, this goes here, and this 3 by 8 Torx. Going to thread into plastic here. Every time he jumps, you can see him there in the corner. Every time he jumps, that chair slides further away, and this time it hit the little husky workbench there. This is one of those you're threading into plastic, so it might be a little difficult to determine when it's tight, but you'll see. There we go. Just bottomed out. And we're gonna get the main cable. Turn the board mount upside down and connect the main cable to that. Okay. Tighten it until it gets loose again and then back off, yeah. Twist the main cable half a turn. Fold the main cable over the love board to its opposite side. I see. Goes there and then around there and up and around there. Okay, we got this. So we have a cable that is nice and monochrome. What? That was a whiny meow. This guy gonna go here. Yep, I knew that was gonna be gone. Thank you, Oscar. You helped me find it. Okay, we'll put that in later. So we're gonna go. It's kind of weird. It's not naturally twisting in that direction. So let's twist that. It comes around this side. Probably up into here is what I'm guessing. Yeah. So I think, yeah, so that's what we're showing here. I think the idea of the half, they say a half a turn, but I feel like you'll be able to tell if you should go more. I think half a turn is probably not enough. These the cables will kind of fall into place. Part of it is all this still going already in the sleeving. So I think we can keep that. Something like that, I think. Next, what is this? Insert 2 screws. Ensure you insert the screws from the correct side. Cover the print with the print head cover. Ah, interesting. Okay, that's why. Oh, we can put this square nut back. Okay, so we have this here. We are putting 2 3x10s here. Fiddled with this for far too long. No, that's all right, chat. Talking about what we're doing right here. And then, so these holes end up being wrench access holes. So you can get through here. That's what I'm seeing. Now this all has to go on here. What bits is this should go here? This probably needs to make sure that this is tight in that. This, there we go, on top. Goes back down. It's the 3x10 into here, so then you can stop worrying about that one falling out. There we go. Tighten up, and then it looks like this is doing good. Screw right here. Just to tight. Squeeze this together. Making sure we're not pinching anything right there. Looks like all of that is okay. Did that print without supports? I believe so. I'm not going to take it apart from here to examine it closer, but most of the Prusa parts don't require supports. Okay, so that's what we did. Then we put in those 2 screws, and then we made sure there's no large gap. There is no large gap. It looks like there's more of a gap than there is because of the way the print looks. But okay, now we need these. The 710mm PTFE tube. All this stuff. A couple of printed parts. Okay. we're into more parts. You just open up this so it looks like that and that. So carefully open the main cable clip, but don't crack the part. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Where does it go? Place the main cable clip. So that's from the other side. So we have all of this, and it looks like we go from this side. It said from the end of the fabric plate. Well, that's interesting. So you look at this picture. You look at this picture, and it says to put it a couple of inches from the end of the cover. But the next picture shows it all the way at the end. Which one is it? Comments? No comment. Oh, there one. Make sure you put the clip as shown in the picture. See screw insert, or the next step will fail. Slip the cover over the individual wires and then slide down versus trying to clip over the fabric braid. There's a difference on the clip sides. Yeah, I see that. I see that, but okay, so we got this thing. We need to spread it open a bit. I'd be careful there. There, you can feel the plastic just start to yield. That's where I'm stopping. And then looking at the picture, and someone suggested doing this, and I like this suggestion. Get it over the wires and then push it down here. Whichever way it goes, we're gonna leave that at about where they said to put it. And then we'll see from there. And then they want us to, let's close the comments. Push the main cable in the right rear corner. Okay, so there is a, let's see. Still don't get quite to it. There's a hole back here. So let's go ahead and take this. Go. And then there is a spot there, and the pictures continue to show it being back from the end of the stuff. So that's where I'm going to put it. Fix it to that with a, so that's going there. It's about, there's where we want it. We're going to follow their instructions closely. And an M3 by 10. Through here now, that printed part does have a counterbore there. Start threading this in. Since it's kind of threading through, let's see if this stayed just a hair. This good. Like there. Hopefully I can get a screwdriver in here. There we go. There we go. It's in place. workstations are cloud factories. That's awesome. Okay, and that screw, fix it to the hole using that. And then from the back, next year attach the love board assembly to the extruder. Fit that through there. And what is this? And then we can tighten that on the back. Goes right there. Okay. So this whole thing, this is going to go up along there. This comes around. Where does this go? That's got to go up. So let's try to get this. Make sure we're not pinching the, there we go. Making sure we weren't pinching the extruder. And then all these wires for the extruder coming around the back. And make sure we're not capturing any and pinching them. So all of these should go here. Those look okay. There are some bits and pieces here. Those are in 3x10s. Oops. This guy goes right here. That 2 and 3x10s from the back. Oh no, they're already in there. We're just tightening these down. Which, yep, they lined up right with the part. There we go. So those two we had pre-inserted. These are wrench access holes for those. This tightens up here. There we go. We are on the way. Lose all this stuff. There's a bearing that fell back here. There's a magnet to grab it. Go. Okay. Okay, so those are tight. Next, now I get to put on the little support arm, umbilical support arm. M3 by 8 Torx to the pair of threaded holes there. Go here. There. They go in right there. 3 by 8. You're gonna have to change that for the index upgrade soon. It's interesting. Ooh, I want to see something here. Oh yeah. Okay. There's a odd cavity in there for some reason, even though it goes this way. I was curious what that was for, and I see a little thread on this side. I was seeing if it fits over that, and it does. So oh. Hi, Marcel. How are you doing? Okay, so how much play do we have here? I think I just want to make sure that that's about as, I might even want to bias that up just from knowing the way it works. If we see any clearance issues, I'll know that it's because I installed that kind of angled up a little bit. Let's leave that right there. Not too tight. See you, Benny. Okay, now we get to attach. We got a bunch of, just finished converting 2. I saw that. I saw your note on that. Where did you put that? In Stream Chat, I think it was. Yeah. Okay, so position the main cable. Place 1 cable tie behind the first cutout on the swing arm. Thread the cable tie through its eyelet. Tighten the cable as much as possible. Tighten it around. Where are all these cable ties? There they are. Okay, so fuzzy side out. This is going to go like this. This through the hole. Okay, that goes there. Make sure I have enough there, and then this is going to pull here and through here. They say to pull that tight, but be careful. This is still sheet metal. You don't want to tweak it. Was a tool changer called Mad Max on Doom Discord? Yes. Yes. Good. Okay, now we're gonna work on the PTFE game. This, I needed the, what length was the PTFE on this? There was, this one? Yeah, this looks like it. 700 and something millimeters. Yep, 710 millimeters. So there's a neat little printed part here. It prints like this. This is gonna go. Come on. Come on. You wanna make sure, if you push too hard on this and tweak off to the side, you're gonna kink the tubing. It's not getting past. Let's see. Come on. Come on, you can do it. Not getting past that part there. I'm going to look at it closely, see if we need to. That is where the seam is. I'm going to take my hobby knife. Take my hobby knife and just around that back part there. Just a little. This is inside, not up here. Inside. See if that helps. Does not want to get past that. Other thought I would have, maybe pull it this way. Yeah, let's see. I didn't feel like I was getting a good cut on it. I may need a new blade on my. Let me get a new blade for my knife here. There. It was more skipping across than trimming. I thought of that there, John. It's a little awkward to try to do that at the same time as pushing in on the thing. But down inside there, just on that outside of the curve, there, that is where the seam, the print seam is. So I'm thinking it's probably getting caught there. And I did shave a little bit of plastic off that time. It just doesn't want to get past that. That is... No, it says, well, I mean, we could try to push it in from the other direction, but oh, there we go. I just had to get the right thing cleared out there. And that's about how far they want it to go out too. About 1 centimeter. It'll end up getting pushed back in when we're done. But a reamer would have worked. Be really careful with anything. With anything you use there, but this will end up going on here like this. That was very dependent on the printed part. Okay, insert it, and then you can slide that over, and then route that through 2 more cable ties. Merge the PTFE with the remaining 2 cables, leaving about 10 centimeters between them. Okay. And then that comes around and through there. And we're going to put a couple of more Velcro straps on. So this is going to go here. So really push this on. Make sure this is in, and then this will push onto there. There it is. So this can come off, this can come out, this goes on there, then this pushes down onto there. So then all of this might be, yeah, all of this comes around here. So this is going to go down through there. That, I don't know where's going to be best for this, but pull this through, we can probably move things around. Yeah, it's okay. Right there. This one. Go. 2 more. 2 more that go on here. looks like about there. Now it has us going along the top for this. I don't know how much that matters, but we can shift this around like that. That makes sense because it kind of comes to the outside. Something like that looks clean. Make sure the end. There we go. Push back there. It's good to me. Looks good to me. Next. Manually move and there, ensure the main cable is not too tight and it does not pull the next extruder backwards. Yeah, there's no point where it's pulling anything. Yep. A little bit there. Yeah, I think we're good. If the cable is too tight, slightly loosen the screw on the main cable clip and pull the cable upwards by a few millimeters. I think that's this one. Okay, I think we're still okay. Next, oh, this one. Yep. Could get a little extra space there, but I don't think we need it. Okay, now we have the cooling. So some T-nuts in here. T-nut. And T-nut. And oh, there's another one. And then we have a fan that goes on. Okay, where's the fan? There it is. Okay. All the T-nuts in here. Neat little part. It's interesting. It prints like that. It's quite impressive, I think. There's a little extreme overhang there. And this little bit of an overhang here. So if this is sitting like this, the fan goes in here like this. It sits in there nicely. It doesn't say to, oh, there it is. What is that, a 25 millimeter screw? That is this one? Is that this one? Yes. Okay. Then this goes on this angle. Oh, there's just 2 screws there. Okay. That goes there. 2 and 3 by 10s. That goes there. And that one goes over here. Go. Got my little Stream Deck way out of the way. There we go. We all band together, maybe we can finally make a droid. I've been chatting with Ethan, I mean not Steve, about something to build droid-wise. So I have to figure out which project and what it's gonna take. It'd be interesting to get Ethan and I on the same stream. Might have a hard time figuring out who's doing what. Okay, so get that secured. Now we get the tool head. So the hot end that was on this, or the nozzle that was already on this printer, was not a high flow. I'm gonna leave it not a high flow. It is an Obsidian 0.4, and I'm gonna leave it that way because I will be putting the MMU on here, and we'll keep it not high flow for that. So it is an Obsidian though, so I can build filaments as part of my projects. I'm just cleaning off the crud here. Good size and lots of animation, the BD1. I need to look more into that, Brent. I intend to. When we get closer to being able to do something. Okay. So those and those. And we're looking at routing. So that goes there. The heater all goes at an angle there. See the angle? Felix's tail is hanging over the edge of the bed and keeps hitting me in the shin. And then up into there. So forward. Okay. Oh. So this guy goes up here. It screws. Bought the kit that reuses the MU3 you already have. I hope it comes with parts for the cutter in the Extruder. There's no cutter in the Extruder. They don't do cutter. They do tip forming. And Prusa is really good at tip forming. Tip forming sucks. And Prusa has put the time into making it work for their setups. So so that should go up, twist that a bit, and that should go to where it is. Kind of bending the heater wire there to where it comes straight out in between those two. There is a fallback plan, yes. If it can't correct something, then there are features where it will cut at the MMU3 unit, but at the tool head it's all go. Now both of these go up in between, right? Let me see. Those are out of the way. And then we're going up and in between, right? Point the cables to the left, push the hot end assembly, firmly avoid. Yeah, okay. Doesn't tip forming require really dialed in filaments in the slicer? To be honest, I don't know what the tuning stuff is, but I have ran Polymaker, Prusa, Jesse, and some generics through my MMU3, and I haven't had any problems with tip forming. So there's probably some window of what's successful that they've figured out. Moving things around. This one goes up through here. Is this gonna, this probably goes into the other part of this printed piece. And back in there. And behind this thermistor. Plug the NTC thermistor into the connector. Plug the heatsink fan. So which one is that? It says NTC thermistor. Is that the auxiliary thermistor, or is it the hot end thermistor? NTC thermistor into the cable. And then, yeah, so that's the heatsink thermistor. Okay. So we've got hot end right here. I've got some. This one, which is the other black wires, goes behind. That goes there. Push that up there. This, I'm gonna push this into the little channel there. Back through there. And into here. It's the hot end thermistor. We've got the fan, which is gonna go into one of these. Oh, yep, goes into the bottom one. And goes into the bottom one. That's all tied in. And then the hot end. I feel like it needs to go behind the fan. I think it would be better behind the fan. Turn it around. There we go. And can kind of make sure everything stays there. Okay. Guide the hot end thermistor through the cable clip. Yep, I did that. Guide the hot end heater through the cable clip. I did that. Nothing rubs. And that plugs in there. It is bent out of the way. Yep, just like that. That. And then the fan comes, so the part cooling fan comes through there, and then they have us go up and around into the bottom. So this guy, sure is that I don't twist this. I don't want to pull it out of the channel back here, so maybe twist that a little bit. Goes right in there. Yep, that's where it goes. It keeps that out of the way. And then there's a lot of extra wire here. I think it basically just needs to twist around. I'm going to twist it behind the heater wire because that's the one that's most likely to need to be used. I'm just looping it. Needs to be changed. Just loop that in there. That. It's a lot longer than the wire they show here, because they have it just going up and then down and in, and I had to make about 2.5 loops. Hey, Pathetic Puma, have a good one. Enjoy your dinner. So that's plugged in. Now we got the stepper plugged in top here. Does. And then the other side. Pathetic Puma, I have not responded to your messages. I've just been busy. So I'll get a response out to you. I've not responded to your messages intentionally is what I should say. Okay, so plug the Extruder motor in, then the load cell and filament sensors in. No, there was another one. You had another message that after that I never responded to. We started chatting, never finished. Okay, then we have a couple of parts that are going to go over. I'm feeling good about I was being a smart ass. Before covering the electronics, check the connections, click the picture, open it, guide the main cable through the upper hole on the right side. We've got a cover here. Guide the cable through the upper hole. Okay. Does it really guide through the upper hole? It does. Wow, that's a really tight. Oh. The upper hole here. That is quite tight for this connector. Let's see if I can get, oh, there we are. Okay. Oh, there goes the grommet. Should just let it come out anyway. Oh, come on. Go. That's through there. Let's get the grommet back in. They leave the second hole below it empty. Check your Discord when you get a moment so you pick some of the droid. Okay. Okay, I think I need to turn this around so I can get a better angle at working on that grommet. Just kind of work these around. There we go. Much better. I agree, Blue. What else is planned? If they didn't use that for this, What are the plans for that? Did it actually? It didn't. Okay, so we do that, then that. Now we put this in, and that is with the 3x6 screws. Oh. Looks good. Next, all that goes in there, and then this goes over that. I need a Lazy Susan. That's what I think I need. That goes on there and gets held in. Has anyone built a Lazy Susan to work on printers? Okay, all of this out of the way, and then this comes down, and there's a little spot in the top of this part, and that little feature tucks into there. All of this should move forward enough of that. That should go up in there and then down into there. No, but I did build a Lazy Karen. It's like a Lazy Susan. So I bought an 18-inch Lazy Susan bearing. The plan is to do something, something for on here. I just need to do it. Another one of those. I just need to do it. Okay. The tool head is done. Appears so. Tool head is done. Awesome. What is next? Now we're running all that all the way over there. Rotate the printer. Rotate the printer. Cats. Guide the main cable. Plug into the cable. Does not reach the connector. Is too tight. Go back to checking the movement. Secure the cables with the second zip tie from the bottom. Carefully cut the excess. Don't cut any wires. Okay, so, nope. I'm manual Lazy Susan. Just call me Susan. I'm not lazy though. There we go. This guy. Now, did it ever tell us to plug in the Y? I bet you it did. Let's go in here. I bet you it did at some point. Like that. Okay, so this guy has to go through this grommet. What are the chances that I can keep that grommet in place? I think about 0. think we need to bend this sideways to get that through there. I see a CoreXY without a toolboard. It has a toolboard. It just has all the wires going to it without an active toolboard, like a, wow. So it did say something about if the wire is too much of a stretch, and that is too much of a stretch, that I need to pull some back from up here. But all of this seemed like it's where it needs to be. I guess I probably have a little spot. Okay, so I need to get a little bit more cable to get this running across there, because it is, I don't need much. It would actually plug in, I think. Yep, it would plug in, but I feel like it needs maybe a centimeter. Oh, the other way. So I am going to loosen this screw down here. And see if we can not pull on the Y stepper cable. There we go. Pulled a little bit. It does give me some relief here, and it didn't really impact the rest of this. Got two hopes and one's called Bob. Okay, so going back to here, it says I can take this second. So let's see what else is in here. All these zip ties are all over the place, but this one can get tightened. If you don't have to flash and it gets you in the hair, it's not a tool board. I get that. I get the definition there. This doesn't need to be tight. It just is keeping stuff from rubbing on the front here. I'm gonna call it right there good enough. When do you order your ClickMate connectors? Only shop here in Germany. Oh, where did I order them? DigiKey. DigiKey. 4 minutes left on the G2Z XL plate. Nice. I just got my additional connectors. So I ordered this is the connector needed for a full MMU. So this is the MMU cable. The community edition one needs a longer harness for the MMU3. So instead of waiting for an order, I'll make my own. I got some more terminals. These are the gold-plated version. And then this is the connector that's needed for the accelerometer cable. So I was going to make an accelerometer cable pigtail that goes between here and the board, so I don't have to move the one that comes with the accelerometer around. So, good night, John. Take care. What are we at? 4.5 hours. Let's see. Secure the cables. The second zip tie. That's there. Goes in there. Gummy bears. We are at 4.5 hours. I'm struggling to find content for next week. If I stop now, we will be done fairly early next week and have time to do an actual print. and maybe play with the accelerometer. If I don't stop now, if I try to finish this, I think we're at least a little while left. I'm not going to define a little while. I am going to get my gummy bears, but I think that will, this is a good stopping point. Gummy bear consumption time. And if we tried to finish today, we wouldn't have time to do any printing, is the thing. So I think I would like to avoid, I'd like to have time at the end of print or builds to print. We wouldn't have time to print it all today. We still have at least an hour or two of the build left. So I think this is a good break. And this gives us a solid thing to work on next week, and I can really get started on prepping for the next build. So I have, is this a row of gummy bears I should have eaten? I haven't eaten those yet. Let's see. I'm supposed to have, for the end of it, I'm supposed to have 15 left. There's way more than 15 left here. There's way more than 15 left, so I'm gonna have an extra 7 right now. Is it worth changing the Mark IV to a Core One? The Mark IV needs an extra little bit. Now, you may mean Mark IVS, but the Core One is really centered around a Mark IVS. In general, the Prusa upgrades are only worth it if you already have the device, you've gotten use out of it, and you have a need for the capabilities that the upgrade gives you. They're usually not cost effective. Often it's cheaper to sell your existing working printer and buy the new kit. You'll have to figure that out for yourself, but let's see. I haven't touched the 2 bags of gummy bears. Guess what I'm eating tomorrow? Yeah, the enclosure is a big deal. And it is amazing how little of the Mark IV is left behind. I mean, obviously the whole frame, but you use so much of it. And the cost right now, under $500 for the upgrade kit seems pretty good to me. Saturday we're doing bear build on the members stream, and then Sunday we'll finish this off. And then the weekend after that, I will be at Murph. I am planning on trying my first mobile live stream there. So it should be right around normal stream time, but stay tuned. So thank you everyone. Thanks for the gifted memberships. Thanks Polymaker for letting me give away a roll of filament. Happy birthday, PF Dennis. Hope you have a good rest of your weekend and good week, and hope to see you Saturday. And if not, Sunday. Take care, everyone. Enjoy the build. Bye.